Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The ancient stones whispered secrets that had remained silent for millennia. In the deepest chamber beneath Gringotts, where even the most seasoned goblins rarely ventured, Marcus Wildsmith stood transfixed before a wall that should not exist. The expansion of the Wizarding Bank's lower vaults had revealed something extraordinary, an archway etched with symbols that predated any known magical civilization, shimmering with a faint azure luminescence when touched by wandlight. "This isn't goblin work," Marcus murmured, his weathered fingers tracing patterns that seemed to shift beneath his touch. 10 years as Gringotts' premier cursebreaker had taught him to recognize danger, and every instinct warned him that he stood before something both magnificent and terrible. The goblins had summoned him with reluctance. Their ancient treaties compelled them to report such findings, but their dark eyes had gleamed with something akin to fear when they led him to this chamber. Now, as the last of them departed with hurried steps, Marcus understood why. The magic here was old, older than Hogwarts, older perhaps than wizard-kind itself. As dawn broke over London, an owl arrived bearing the Ministry's response to his urgent report, not the team of experts he had requested, but a single name, Helena Ravenclaw. She arrived that afternoon, a slender woman with piercing grey eyes that seemed to hold centuries of knowledge. Her black hair was streaked with silver, and she carried herself with the quiet dignity of one accustomed to bearing weighty secrets. "You found the gateway," she said simply, not a question, but a statement of fact. Her gaze fixed on the archway with a mixture of reverence and apprehension. "You know what this is?" Marcus asked, studying her face. There was something familiar in her features, the same regal bearing he had seen in portraits of Rowena Ravenclaw that adorned Hogwarts' hallowed halls. "My family has waited for its reappearance for generations," Helena replied, opening an ancient leather-bound book. "These are the journals of my ancestor." She knew the gateway would reveal itself again when the time was right. In the pages of the journal, inked in fading script, lay the truth, a map leading to a citadel hidden in the Himalayan mountains, protected by enchantments that bent the very fabric of time. A repository of knowledge so vast and dangerous that the founders of Hogwarts had deemed it necessary to conceal its location from the wizarding world. "We must find it before they do," Helena whispered, closing the book with a reverence that spoke of its immeasurable value. "Before who does?" Marcus asked, though a sense of foreboding had already settled in his chest. "The Veiled Ones. They have sought the citadel for centuries, believing its power rightfully theirs. They will have felt the gateway's awakening, just as I did. Within 48 hours, they were soaring over the cloud-wreathed peaks of the Himalayas, the cold air slicing through their warming charms. Marcus had insisted on broom flight rather than apparition. The latter left magical traces too easily tracked. Helena had not argued, though the journey was arduous. Her determination matched his own, her eyes constantly scanning the jagged horizon. They made camp in a sheltered valley, ancient prayer flags fluttering above them like tattered guardians. As night descended, Helena unfolded her ancestors' map beside their small fire. "The entrance lies beyond the Valley of Whispering Souls," she explained. her finger tracing a path through mountain passes that seemed impassable. The muggles believe it cursed. Those who venture there hear the voices of their ancestors calling them deeper into the mists. A concealment charm, Marcus suggested, but Helena shook her head. Something far older. The citadel exists in a fold of time, both here and elsewhere simultaneously. Only those who know how to navigate the temporal distortions can find it. The attack came at midnight, silent and swift. Dark-robed figures materialized from the shadows, their faces concealed behind ornate silver masks. Marcus reacted on instinct, his shield charm deflecting the first barrage of spells that illuminated the night with crimson fury. Helena moved with unexpected grace, her wand weaving complex patterns that summoned spectral ravens from the darkness. The birds swarmed their attackers with ethereal talons and beaks, buying precious seconds for Marcus to counterattack. "Fulgaris Maxima!" he roared, and lightning erupted from his wand, branching out to strike 3 of the masked figures simultaneously. "We cannot defeat them all," Helena called, already gathering their essential belongings with a sweep of her wand. "We must reach the valley before dawn." They fled into the night, the mountain winds howling around them as they ascended treacherous paths that seemed to shift beneath their feet. Behind them, the Veiled Ones pursued with relentless determination, their spells shattering ancient stone and ice. As the first pale light of dawn caressed the eastern peaks, they stood at the edge of a vast chasm shrouded in mist. Voices rose from the swirling depths, whispers that spoke of ancient wonders and terrible secrets, promises of knowledge beyond imagining. The Valley of Whispering Souls. Helena breathed, her expression a mixture of awe and trepidation. "Once we enter, there is no turning back." Marcus glanced behind them, where distant figures emerged from the forest below. "I don't think we have much choice." Helena nodded, withdrawing a crystal pendant from beneath her robes, a raven with wings outstretched, its eyes gleaming with sapphires. "My inheritance," she explained. "It will guide us through the temporal distortions." Together, they stepped into the mist. The world shifted around them, reality bending in ways that made Marcus's eyes water and his mind reel. One moment they walked through ancient forests untouched by human hands, the next across barren plateaus where massive stone monoliths rose like silent sentinels. Time seemed to lose all meaning, the sun and moon racing across the sky in dizzying cycles. Helena remained their anchor, her pendant glowing with increasing brilliance as they traversed the impossible landscape. "We're close," she said, after what might have been hours or days. Now the citadel reveals itself only to those who understand that time is not a river, but an ocean, infinite in all directions. They crested a final ridge, and Marcus felt his breath catch in his throat. Before them, suspended between twin peaks, stood a structure that defied comprehension. A vast citadel of gleaming white stone that seemed to shimmer in and out of existence, its towers and spires reaching impossibly high into the cerulean sky. "Avalon?" Helena whispered, using a name Marcus had only encountered in the oldest legends, the true Avalon, not the shadow of it that entered Muggle mythology. They approached across a bridge that materialized beneath their feet with each step, ancient runes igniting along its translucent surface. The citadel's massive gates, crafted from a silvery metal unknown to Marcus, stood open in silent invitation. Within, they found wonders beyond imagination. Vast halls lined with knowledge preserved in crystals that projected their contents when touched. Gardens where plants from extinct species still flourished, tended by magic that had continued its purpose long after its creators had vanished. At the heart of the citadel lay the great library, a chamber so vast that clouds formed beneath its distant ceiling. Here, Helena moved with the certainty of one returning home, her fingers trailing reverently over tomes bound in materials Marcus could not identify. "Here," she said at last, stopping before a pedestal upon which rested a book larger than any Marcus had ever seen. But the Primordium, the first and greatest work of magical history. As Helena opened its pages, images rose from the ancient text, not illustrations, but memories preserved in magic more sophisticated than any pensieve. They witnessed the birth of magic itself, not in humans, but in beings of light and air that had inhabited Earth long before mankind's ancestors had crawled from the primordial seas. "The first ones," Helena explained, her voice hushed with reverence. "They did not wield magic, they were magic, their very essence intertwined with the fundamental forces of creation. The visions shifted, showing the gradual decline of these ancient beings and the rise of humanity. How, in their twilight, the first ones had shared a fraction of their power with chosen humans, creating the first wizards and witches. As the founders knew, Marcus realized, watching as four familiar figures, Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin, stood within this very chamber. They found this place, Helena nodded solemnly, and they made a choice. The knowledge contained here, the full potential of what magic could be, was too vast, too dangerous for a young wizarding society. They sealed much of it away, allowing only portions they deemed safe to remain in common knowledge. The final vision showed the founders working together one last time, despite their fractured relationships, to hide the citadel between the folds of time, accessible only to those with the knowledge and bloodline to find it again. As the visions faded, a disturbance rippled through the citadel, alarms awakening after centuries of silence. The Veiled Ones had somehow followed them through the temporal labyrinth. "They cannot be allowed to claim this knowledge," Helena said, her expression hardening with resolve. "My ancestor believed that one day wizardkind would be ready for the truth. But if the Veiled Ones take control of the Primordium, they will reshape magic itself to serve their ambitions." Marcus stood at the precipice of a decision that would alter the course of wizarding history. Before them lay knowledge that could elevate their kind to unprecedented heights, or destroy them utterly if misused. Outside, the first spells of the Veiled Ones struck the citadel's ancient defenses, sending tremors through its crystalline foundations. Time was running out. "What would your ancestor want us to do?" Marcus asked, meeting Helena's gaze across the ancient tome that had waited millennia for this moment. Her eyes, grey as storm clouds, held a wisdom that transcended her years. "She would want us to choose wisely," Helena replied, her hand coming to rest beside his on the Primordium's time-worn cover. And she would remind us that the greatest power lies not in possessing knowledge, but in knowing when to share it, and when to protect it for generations yet to come. Together, they turned to face the approaching storm, guardians of a legacy older than time itself, their decision hanging in the balance between restoration and oblivion. Story 2. The silent corridors of the Ministry of Magic held secrets in their shadows, but none so dark as the one Minerva Winters now pursued. 3 empty desks in the Department of International Magical Cooperation. Their occupants vanished without trace. 5 renowned wandmakers missing across 3 continents. 7 distinguished members of the Wizengamot who had failed to return to their homes in the past fortnight. The pattern was unmistakable to one who had spent 4 decades hunting the darkest wizards of their age. Minerva's wand illuminated the ancient parchment spread across her desk, her weathered fingers tracing connections that only her trained eye could perceive. Retirement had suited her for precisely 6 months before the owl had arrived, bearing the minister's seal, a request, not an order. though both knew she would answer the call. The new minister understood that some investigations required discretion that official channels could not provide. "The disappearances are accelerating," she murmured to the empty office, moonlight casting her silver hair in an ethereal glow. "Whatever they're planning, it's approaching culmination." The grandfather clock in the corner chimed midnight, its deep resonance echoing through the abandoned department. Most ministry employees had departed hours ago, leaving only the occasional patrol of security wizards who knew better than to disturb the legendary aura. A whisper of movement caught her attention, not in the physical realm, but in the enchanted map that tracked magical disturbances across Britain. A flare of arcane energy had erupted in a location that should have been impossible, deep beneath Dartmoor, in chambers that officially did not exist. "The old unspeakable research facility," she breathed, eyes narrowing, "abandoned since Grindelwald's time." Within moments, Minerva had activated the emergency port key concealed within her silver pocket watch. The world compressed around her, reality folding upon itself before depositing her on a wind-swept moor. Rain lashed her face as she cast a disillusionment charm so powerful that even the raindrops seemed to hesitate before striking her invisible form. The entrance was hidden beneath an ancient stone circle, unremarkable to Muggle eyes but vibrating with concealment charms to any witch or wizard with the sensitivity to perceive them. Minerva placed her palm against the centermost stone, feeling the wards recognize her magical signature, remnants of security protocols that still acknowledged her authority despite the decades that had passed. The earth parted before her, revealing stone steps descending into darkness. Her wand light cast long shadows as she descended, each step measured and silent. The facility had been abandoned for good reason, experiments too dangerous even for the Department of Mysteries. Research into the fundamental nature of magic that had threatened to unravel reality itself. Voices echoed from deep within the complex, growing clearer as she approached a chamber from which golden light spilled into the corridor. Minerva extinguished her wand and pressed herself against the cold stone wall, edging forward until the speakers came into view. The chamber was vast, circular, with a domed ceiling inscribed with astronomical charts that shifted and realigned themselves in mesmerizing patterns. At its center stood a raised dais, upon which rested a device unlike any Minerva had encountered, a crystalline sphere suspended within an intricate framework of silver and gold, pulsing with energy that made the air itself vibrate. Around this apparatus stood 7 robed figures, their faces concealed behind masks of burnished silver that reflected the sphere's pulsating light. But it was the 8th figure that caused Minerva's breath to catch in her throat, unmasked. His noble features illuminated by the sphere's glow stood Archibald Bones, her mentor, her friend, the wizard who had taught her everything she knew about magical justice. "The equilibrium approaches," Archibald was saying, his resonant voice carrying the authority that had commanded international respect for half a century. 3 more transfers, and we achieve critical resonance. The subjects resist more strongly each time, said one of the masked figures, a woman whose voice carried the musical lilt of the Caribbean. The last one nearly broke containment. "They resist because they do not understand," Archibald replied with the patience of a teacher addressing cherished students. They believe we steal their magic, when in truth we merely liberate it from its arbitrary vessels." Minerva's fingers tightened around her wand. Stealing magic, a concept so abhorrent that even the darkest wizards rarely attempted it. The few historical cases had invariably resulted in catastrophe, the transferred power corrupting and eventually destroying both donor and recipient. Yet something about this scene suggested methodology beyond crude theft. The crystalline apparatus hummed with mathematical precision, its energy neither dark nor light, but something more fundamental, raw, primordial magic, untainted by moral alignment. A new figure was led into the chamber. Augustus Rookwood, the renowned arithmancer whose disappearance had caused an international incident. His hands were bound not with physical restraints, but with shimmering bands of magical energy, his expression one of defiant dignity, even as fear shadowed his eyes. "The Council of Shadows welcomes you, Professor Rookwood," Archibald intoned formally. "And your contributions to magical theory have laid foundations upon which we now build a more equitable future. Kidnapping and robbery are curious paths to equity." "Bones," Rookwood replied, his voice steady despite his precarious position. "Not robbery, redistribution," corrected one of the masked figures. "Magic has been concentrated in the hands of the few for too long. The accident of birth determining who wields power and who remains forever excluded." Minerva had heard enough. Decades of aura training had honed her reflexes to supernatural sharpness, and now she moved with decisive precision. 3 stunners erupted from her wand in rapid succession as she entered the chamber, dropping masked figures before they registered her presence. "Minerva!" Archibald's shock was evident, his hand frozen halfway to his wand. "You don't understand what we're doing here." "I understand enough," she replied, maintaining a defensive stance as the remaining council members surrounded her, wands drawn. "Release Rookwood and the others. Archibald. Whatever you believe you're accomplishing, this is not the way." "There is no other way," said a new voice, and from the shadows emerged a figure Minerva had not noticed. Theodore Knott, moving with the distinctive caution of one who had recently suffered injury. "I tried the ministry's way. Years of research, proposals, committees, all rejected because the truth threatens those in power." "Theodore Knott," Minerva said, recognizing the former unspeakable, whose controversial theories about magical inheritance had cost him his position. "Your research was rejected because it was dangerous, not because it was threatening. My research was rejected because it proved what they feared most," Knott countered, approaching the crystalline apparatus with reverent care. "Magic is not an innate quality bound to bloodlines or souls. It is a fundamental force that chose vessels at the dawn of wizardkind, vessels whose descendants have jealously guarded their unearned privilege ever since." The apparatus pulsed more intensely at his proximity, responding to his words as if they were incantations. Minerva felt power building in the chamber, ancient and primal. "We have found the source, Minerva," Archibald said softly, his eyes pleading for understanding. "At the wellspring from which all magic flows. With this knowledge, we can end the arbitrary distinction between magical and non-magical beings forever." "At what cost?" Minerva demanded, gesturing toward Rookwood. "Kidnapping, forcibly extracting magic from unwilling donors, temporary inconvenience against eternal justice," said one of the masked figures, raising his wand higher. We do not extract their magic permanently," Archibald explained, stepping between Minerva and the other council members. "We merely borrow it to understand its nature, to learn how it might be shared more equitably. Once we perfect the process, no child need ever again be born a squib, no person of merit denied their magical birthright because of arbitrary circumstances." Minerva saw the conviction in her old mentor's eyes, the righteous certainty that had made him a formidable force for justice during the darkest days of Voldemort's reign. But she also saw something else, the dangerous zealotry that transformed even noble causes into instruments of oppression. "Even the most worthy goal cannot justify unworthy means," she said, her voice softening. "You taught me that, Archibald." Something flickered in his eyes. Doubt, perhaps, or memory of the principles he had once held sacrosanct. The moment stretched between them, taut with unspoken history and shared battles against darkness. The crystalline apparatus chose that moment to pulse violently, bathing the chamber in blinding radiance. Within its depths, Minerva glimpsed something extraordinary, not merely energy, but what appeared to be consciousness, swirling patterns of thought and memory. "It's awakening," Not whispered, his voice reverent. "The primordial consciousness." "What have you done?" Minerva demanded, shielding her eyes against the intensifying light. "We've found it, Minerva," Archibald said, his expression transformed by wonder. "The original source, the entity from which all magic derives, not a force but a being, ancient beyond reckoning, fragmented across all magical individuals." The revelation struck Minerva with the force of a physical blow. If true, it would transform their understanding of magic itself, not a power to be wielded, but a sentient force that had chosen to share itself with humanity. The apparatus pulsed again, and with each pulse, tendrils of golden light extended toward every person in the chamber. Minerva felt her own magic respond, resonating with the ancient consciousness like a tuning fork struck by a matching tone. "It remembers," Not said, tears streaming down his face. "After all these millennia, it remembers when it was whole." In that moment of distraction, Minerva acted. A silent Expelliarmus disarmed the nearest council members, while a sweeping Incarcerus bound those still standing. Only Archibald remained untouched, his wand lowered, watching her with sad resignation. "You cannot stop this, Minerva," he said quietly. "The knowledge exists now. The truth will emerge, whether through us or others who follow." "Perhaps," she acknowledged, moving to free Rookwood from his magical restraints. "But truth without wisdom is as dangerous as power without restraint. Whatever this entity is, whatever revelations it offers, the world deserves better than to have them imposed by a secret council." The crystalline apparatus continued to pulse, each wave seeming to wash away layers of enchantment from the chamber itself. Ancient runes, invisible moments before, now glowed along the walls and ceiling, a record of knowledge predating Hogwarts, perhaps predating wizardkind itself. Archibald looked at the apparatus, then back to Minerva, his expression conflicted. "And if I agreed with you, if I acknowledged that our methods were flawed, even as our cause was just, then we would do what we have always done," Minerva replied, extending her hand to her old mentor. "Face the darkness together and find a better way forward." Around them, the golden light continued to spread, illuminating not just the chamber, but the very nature of magic itself, a legacy both ancient and new, awaiting those wise enough to understand its true potential. Story 3. Dawn broke over the Carpathian Mountains in a symphony of crimson and gold, painting the ancient peaks with fire that mirrored the breath of the beasts who made their sanctuary within. Far from prying Muggle eyes, nestled between two mountains whose names had been stricken from maps centuries ago, the Dragon's Forge sprawled across a hidden valley. Here, where thermal vents and magical springs created a microclimate of perpetual warmth, dragons had nested since time immemorial, their ancient magic intertwined with the very stones. Cassandra Weasley stood on the observation platform hewn from living Rocky, her flaming red hair, the hereditary mark of her bloodline, whipping around her face as she tracked the flight of an adolescent Romanian longhorn. 7 generations of Weasleys had stewarded this sanctuary, their affinity for magical creatures, and their unmatched skill with fire magic, making them ideal guardians for the most dangerous magical beings in existence. "Easy, Flare Scale," she murmured, as the longhorn dove perilously close to a clutch of sleeping opalies. Her wand moved in a fluid arc, and thermal currents redirected the young dragon's trajectory away from trouble. Dragon taming was an intricate dance of suggestion rather than control, a philosophy that had kept the Weasley Guardians alive while countless others who sought dominion over dragonkind had perished in flame. The sanctuary housed 27 dragons of 11 distinct species, each with territories meticulously maintained through ancient boundary wards that her ancestors had perfected. Most prestigious among their charges was the Imperial Clutch, 3 opalescent eggs nestled in the sanctuary's deepest cavern, warmed by the same primordial flame that, legend claimed, had hatched the first dragons at the dawn of magic. These were no ordinary dragons. Imperial dragons, thought extinct for centuries, possessed intelligence that bordered on the mystical. Their scales contained magical properties unmatched by any known substance, their fire capable of melting even goblin-forged metals. Only 6 had been seen in the past millennium, and Cassandra had dedicated her life to ensuring these 3 would survive to maturity. The morning inspection complete, she descended into the heart of the sanctuary, where ancient tunnels carved with runes led to the sanctum chambers. The walls themselves seemed alive, glowing with a faint phosphorescence that brightened or dimmed with her passage, recognizing the Weasley bloodline that had been bound to this place through ancient magic. The quiet was shattered by a sound that raised the hairs on her neck, a high, keening alarm that had not been heard in the sanctuary for over 40 years. The intrusion wards had been breached. Her wand was in her hand before conscious thought, muscle memory from years of training taking over as she raced toward the main entrance. Through the enchanted mirrors positioned at strategic junctions, she caught glimpses of dark-robed figures swarming across the outer boundaries, their faces concealed behind silver masks crafted in the likeness of serpents. "O children of Salazar," she hissed, recognizing the insignia emblazoned on their robes, a basilisk coiled around a broken wand. The fanatical cult had emerged in the decades following Voldemort's defeat, devoted to Salazar Slytherin's most extreme ideologies, which they claimed had been diluted by the false heir Voldemort. Cassandra activated the sanctuary's defensive protocols with 3 sharp flicks of her wand. Ancient statues of dragons positioned around the perimeter stirred to life, their stone wings unfurling as they prepared to defend their domain. But something was wrong. The enchantment struggled to manifest, the stone guardians moving with ponderous slowness, as though fighting against invisible constraints. Blood magic, she realized with dawning horror. Someone had interfered with the wards using power that could only come from sacrifice. And there was only one bloodline connected deeply enough to the sanctuary's magic to accomplish such sabotage. A figure stepped through the main entrance, lowering his hood to reveal a shock of red hair that mirrored her own. "Hello, cousin," said Marius Weasley, his voice carrying the same melodic cadence that characterized their family, though twisted with malice that felt profane to her ears. "I've brought some friends who are most eager to see our family heirlooms." Marius. His name felt like ash in her mouth. Her mother's sister's son, who had disappeared 3 years ago while researching ancient dragon lore in Tibet. "What have you done?" "What our family should have done centuries ago." His eyes gleamed with fanatical fervor. "Do you never wonder why we, with our connection to the most powerful creatures in existence, have lived in obscurity, serving as glorified zookeepers? Our ancestors knew the truth, that dragons are not creatures to be protected, but power to be harnessed." Behind him, more cultists poured through the entrance, their wands raised. Outnumbered, and with the sanctuary's defenses compromised, Cassandra made the only choice she could: She ran deeper into the complex, toward the one treasure she could not allow them to seize. Fire erupted in her wake, a wall of flames conjured not from her wand, but from the Weasley gift, the affinity for fire magic that ran in their blood. It would not hold them long, but perhaps long enough. The inner sanctum doors recognized her magical signature, parting to admit her to the chamber where the imperial eggs rested in their nest of eternal flame. To her shock, one had already hatched, the largest of the clutch, its shell now empty save for fragments of translucent crystal that shimmered like diamonds. A soft chirrup drew her attention to the shadows behind the nest. There, eyes gleaming like molten silver in the darkness, crouched a dragonling unlike any she had seen before. Its scales shifted color with its breathing, from deepest sapphire to iridescent pearl, and tiny wisps of golden flame escaped its nostrils with each exhalation. The imperial dragon hatchling regarded her with unmistakable intelligence, its gaze far too knowing for a creature newly born into the world. "Come," she whispered, extending her arm. "Thus they will destroy you." To her astonishment, the dragonling understood, launching itself toward her with surprising grace. It landed on her shoulder, claws carefully retracted to avoid piercing her skin, a level of control that adult dragons took years to master. Behind her, the doors shuddered under magical assault. She had minutes at most. The western tunnel, she decided, racing toward a narrow passage that had been designed as an emergency evacuation route by her grandfather. The tunnel would lead them out of the mountain and into the ancient forest beyond, where a hidden cabin maintained by her family for generations might offer temporary sanctuary. They had barely made it halfway when the tunnel ahead of her exploded inward, debris and dust filling the passageway. Through the settling cloud stepped a tall figure robed in black, his features aristocratic and coldly handsome despite the jagged scar that ran from temple to jaw. "Lucius Raven!" she snarled, recognizing the infamous former Death Eater whose reputation had only grown more sinister in the years following Voldemort's fall. Her wand aimed at his heart, though she knew his prowess in dark magic made him a lethal opponent. "Lower your wand, Dragon Keeper," he said, his voice surprisingly gentle. "I am not here with them. You expect me to believe a raven would oppose the children of Salazar. Your family served the Dark Lord faithfully and lost everything for that misplaced loyalty." His eyes carried shadows of old pain. "I have spent 20 years atoning for the sins of my bloodline. When I learned that Marius had betrayed the sanctuary, I came to warn you." From the tunnel behind her came sounds of pursuit, shouts, and the crash of spellfire against stone. "Why would the children of Salazar attack now, after all these years?" she demanded, one still raised despite the approaching danger. "Because of what hatched today?" Lucius nodded toward the dragonling on her shoulder. "They believe your family has been concealing the crystal egg for generations. The egg that legend says contains the essence of Draconis, the first wizard to merge his soul with dragonkind." The dragonling chirped, its intelligent eyes fixed on Lucius with what almost appeared to be recognition. "This is no ordinary imperial dragon," Lucius continued. "If the legends are true, it carries within it knowledge and power beyond imagining, including the ability to command all dragons. In the wrong hands, the world would burn," Cassandra finished, understanding dawning with terrible clarity. The approaching footsteps grew louder. "But I cannot outrun them, not with every exit watched." "You don't need to outrun them." Lucius held out his hand, revealing a small, polished stone inscribed with runes of transportation. "I have friends, others who have seen the danger the children of Salazar represent. We've prepared a safe haven, warded against detection. The choice before her was impossible. Trust a man whose family name had been synonymous with darkness, or face certain defeat at the hands of cultists led by her own blood. The dragonling made the decision for her, leaping from her shoulder to inspect the stone in Lucius's palm, then looking up at her with an expectant chirp. "It seems your charge has voted," Lucius said, the ghost of a smile touching his lips. "We must go now." Cassandra took a deep breath and placed her hand atop his, feeling the dragonling scramble up her arm to nestle against her neck. "If you betray me, Raven, not even your dark arts will save you from what I'll do." "I expect nothing less from a Weasley," he replied, activating the portkey with a whispered word. The world dissolved around them as Marius and his followers burst into the tunnel, their curses striking empty air where Cassandra had stood moments before. They reappeared on a windswept cliff overlooking a stormy sea, where an ancient fortress stood silhouetted against the darkening sky, Ravenclaw's Eyrie, the ancestral home of Lucius's maternal line, long thought abandoned. "Welcome to the Resistance, Dragon Keeper," Lucius said as lightning illuminated the imposing structure. "We have much to discuss about your extraordinary charge and the war that is coming." The dragonling spread tiny wings that caught the storm winds, its scales gleaming with an inner light that seemed to pulse in rhythm with the thunder. Whatever ancient power resided within this creature, whatever future awaited them in the conflict to come, Cassandra knew with bone-deep certainty that the fate of dragons, and perhaps of wizard kind itself, now rested on her shoulders. Behind her, the fortress doors swung open, revealing a gathering of witches and wizards whose determined faces spoke of battles fought and sacrifices made. Ahead lay uncertainty, danger, and the burden of a legacy far older and more profound than she had ever imagined. But as the dragonling's warmth spread through her like liquid courage, Cassandra Weasley stepped forward to meet her destiny, the last guardian of dragons embarking on a journey that would forge her and the magical world anew. Story 4. Moonlight splintered through the ancient canopy of the Forbidden Forest, casting silver fingers upon a solitary figure who moved with purpose where even centaurs feared to tread. Sebastian Vale adjusted the enchanted compass in his palm, its needle trembling not toward magnetic north, but toward a magic far older than Hogwarts itself. The historian's weathered satchel hung heavy with scrolls and artifacts collected over a decade of obsessive research, items dismissed by the academic establishment as curiosities related to debunked legends. Tonight would vindicate him, or kill him. Sebastian paused at a circle of 13 yew trees, their trunks twisted into shapes that seemed almost human in their tortured postures. The air here felt different, denser, charged with ancient power that made the fine hairs on his arms stand erect. According to his calculations, the convergence of ley lines would reach its peak exactly at midnight, creating a momentary threshold to a place thought to exist only in Arthurian legend. "Avalon," he whispered, the word itself seeming to ripple the air around him. His reverie shattered as a twig snapped sharply behind him. Sebastian whirled, wand raised, illuminating the scowling face of a woman whose silver-blonde hair was tied in a practical knot, her dragon-hide coat bearing the scorch marks and peculiar stains common to those in her profession. "Lyra Scamander," he said, lowering his wand with a mixture of relief and annoyance. "B, the Ministry sends their most acclaimed magizoologist to arrest me." "To prevent you from getting yourself killed," she corrected, stepping into the clearing with the confident grace of someone accustomed to tracking creatures far more dangerous than wayward historians. 3 missing artifacts from the Department of Mysteries, 5 from private collections across Europe, all bearing traces of pre-Hogwarts enchantments. "Did you think no one was watching?" Sebastian's fingers tightened around the ornate key in his pocket, the final piece stolen from Borgin and Burke's after months of negotiation had failed. I left compensation for everything I borrowed. Borrowed, she repeated with arch skepticism, moving closer to examine the U circle. Her expression shifted as she recognized the ancient runic patterns etched into the bark, momentarily forgetting her quarry. These inscriptions, they're not damaged by time, they're unfinished, because they can only be completed tonight, Sebastian confirmed, surprised by her insight. Most ministry officials couldn't distinguish between Celtic and Proto-Germanic magical scripts. The last guardian of Avalon left them as a pathway that could only be opened when most needed. The compass in his hand suddenly glowed brilliant gold, its face transfiguring into an ornate clock that counted down the seconds to midnight. Both watched, transfixed, as the final moments ticked away. "Sebastian," Lyra said cautiously, "what exactly are you hoping to find in Avalon?" "Not what." "Who?" The clock chimed silently, vibrations rather than sound marking the midnight hour. "And we're about to find out." He withdrew the key, a deceptively simple bronze instrument adorned with an inlaid pattern of silver stars, and pressed it into a knothole in the central U that had not been visible moments before. The key dissolved like sugar in hot tea, and the ancient bark began to ripple outward in concentric circles. The forest floor beneath them shimmered and gave way, not to earth, but to a staircase carved from living crystal that spiraled downward into radiant blue light. The scent of morning mist and blooming flowers rose from below, incongruous in the midnight forest. "After you, Madame Scamander," Sebastian offered, with a gesture that was half courtesy, half challenge. Lyra's professional caution warred visibly with her inherent curiosity, the same trait that had driven her to catalogue previously undocumented magical species across 5 continents. Curiosity won. Together, she countered, taking position beside him, they descended into legend. Avalon unfolded before them like a dream, manifested, a vast underground realm, illuminated not by sun or fire, but by clusters of luminescent crystals that hovered like stars brought to earth. Ancient white trees with silver leaves created a forest beneath the forest, their branches forming natural archways over streams that flowed with water so clear it was visible only by the golden fish darting beneath the surface. "Impossible," Lyra breathed, professional detachment momentarily forgotten. The magical energy required to sustain an ecosystem of this size is beyond anything modern wizardry can accomplish, Sebastian finished, his voice hushed with reverence. "The original magic, the power wielded before wands, before incantations, when will and intention shaped reality directly." They moved forward along a path of smooth stones that seemed to illuminate with each step, responding to their presence. In the distance, marble structures reminiscent of ancient Greek temples stood in elegant harmony with the natural landscape, their columns adorned with vines bearing flowers that opened and closed in rhythm with their approach. "The historical implications are staggering," Sebastian continued, his academic passion overtaking caution. "This confirms that Merlin and his contemporaries weren't merely powerful wizards, they were fundamentally different practitioners of magic than what evolved into modern wizardry. Which explains why Morgana wants to wake now," came a new voice, melodious yet weighted with centuries. Both spun to face a figure seated upon a throne of living wood that had not been there moments before. A woman ageless in appearance, her dark skin luminous against robes woven with threads that shifted color with her every breath. Her eyes, however, betrayed her true nature. Depthless pools of midnight sky scattered with pinpoints of starlight where pupils should be. Lady Nimue, Sebastian whispered, instinctively dropping to one knee. The Lady of the Lake, Lyra added in stunned recognition. You're real. As real as the danger approaching, Nimue replied, rising with fluid grace. You've arrived precisely when needed, Sebastian Vale, though not perhaps in the company I anticipated. You know me, Sebastian asked, bewildered. I have watched you since you first discovered the Codex of Corvinus in your 7th year at Hogwarts. Your dedication to uncovering the truth rather than accepting convenient myths marked you as a potential guardian. She turned her star-filled gaze to Lyra. And you, daughter of Scamander, possess your family's gift for seeing wonder where others see only the unfamiliar or threatening. Nimue gestured, and the air before them shimmered to reveal scenes playing out like memories in a pensive, museums and private collections from around the world, their most precious artifacts disintegrating into mist before astonished onlookers. 7 days ago, the awakening began, Nimue explained. Morgana's essence, long dormant, has begun reclaiming the fragments of power she concealed in artifacts throughout the world, gathering strength for her return. The disappearances reported in the Daily Prophet, Lyra realized. They weren't thefts. No, Nimue confirmed. And the final vessel containing her power approaches Avalon even now, carried by one who believes he serves a different master. Sebastian's mind raced through historical accounts, connecting fragments of lore previously considered unrelated. The Grey Knight, he breathed. The figure from the Templar scrolls, who was said to have been cursed to walk the earth until Morgana's return. Not cursed, Nimue corrected gently. I preserved by choice, the last of her devoted followers. For centuries he has sought the means to resurrect his mistress, and now he has found it in the staff of Merlin. But the staff was destroyed, Lyra objected. Every historical account agrees. The staff was hidden, Nimue interrupted, broken into 3 fragments and concealed in plain sight. The Grey Knight has reassembled 2 pieces already. The third lies within Avalon itself, protected by enchantments that only a true guardian can unravel. She approached Sebastian, placing a hand upon his shoulder. Where her fingers touched, warmth spread through his body, awakening something that had lain dormant within his blood. Your ancestor was among the last to leave Avalon when the worlds began to separate, she explained. The capacity to become guardian has passed through your lineage, waiting for one with both the knowledge and the heart to assume the responsibility. I'm a researcher, not a warrior, Sebastian protested. The greatest guardians have always been those who sought to understand rather than to conquer, Nimue replied. And the question is not whether you are worthy, Sebastian Vale, but whether you are willing. A tremor ran through the realm, causing crystals to flicker momentarily. Nimue's expression grew grave. He approaches the threshold. The star fragment responds to its missing pieces. You must decide quickly. Lyra stepped forward, her practical nature asserting itself. Even if Sebastian accepts this role, how can we hope to defeat someone who has survived for centuries, wielding 2/3 of the most powerful magical artifact in history? Nimue's starlit eyes crinkled with something approaching humor. The Grey Knight's power comes from devotion to Morgana, not from personal skill. And he has a particular weakness that you are uniquely qualified to exploit, Lyra Scamander. From alcoves previously unseen emerged creatures of legend. A pair of winged lions with eagles, talons, a serpent whose scales shifted like liquid silver, and most magnificent of all, a pure white stag whose antlers branched into impossible geometries, each tip glowing with the same starlight that filled Nimue's eyes. The original magical creatures, Lyra gasped, professional fascination overwhelming even her concern about the approaching threat. The templates from which modern magical species evolved. Guardians in their own right, Nimue confirmed, and allies to those who protect rather than plunder. Sebastian felt the weight of decision pressing upon him, a path diverging before him that would irrevocably change his life. The academic recognition he had sought for years suddenly seemed trivial compared to the responsibility being offered. "If I accept," he said carefully, "what must I do?" Nimue's expression softened. "What you have always done, Sebastian. Seek truth, preserve knowledge. And most importantly," her hand moved to hover over his heart, "trust the wisdom that resides here as much as the knowledge you've gathered here." Her finger tapped his temple gently. Another tremor, stronger than the first, rippled through Avalon. Crystal chimes rang in dissonant alarm. "He has breached the outer wards," Nimue announced, urgency entering her timeless voice. "The final staff fragment lies within the Sanctum of Stars. I cannot enter. Only a mortal guardian may cross its threshold. You must decide, Sebastian Vale, now." Sebastian exchanged a glance with Lyra, seeing in her eyes not the ministry official who had come to arrest him, but a kindred spirit who understood the value of preserving magical wonders. "We'll need a plan," Lyra said, the statement itself an answer to the unspoken question between them. Sebastian nodded, turning back to Nimue with newfound resolve. "Show us the way to the sanctum, and perhaps explain why the portrait of Albus Dumbledore in the headmaster's office suggested I research Avalon in the first place." Nimue's laughter rang like crystal bells. "Even in death, Albus plays the long game. Come, guardian and keeper of beasts. Avalon has waited centuries for this moment, but even timeless realms can run out of time." As they followed Nimue deeper into the heart of legend, the air around them thickened with ancient magic, responding to Sebastian's awakening connection to this place. Whatever waited in the Sanctum of Stars, whatever confrontation loomed with the grey night, Sebastian knew with bone-deep certainty that he had finally found the purpose for which all his research had prepared him, not merely to chronicle history, but to defend it, not simply to study magic, but to protect its most profound sources, to become, in truth, the last guardian of Avalon. Story 5. The North Sea churned beneath a sky of iron, waves like grasping hands hammering against the obsidian fortress that rose impossibly from the depths. Azkaban stood defiant against the elements, its black towers piercing the perpetual storm clouds that shrouded it from the world of ordinary men. Few wizards knew that the prison had not been built upon the island. It had been carved from the island itself, stone by ancient stone, each one etched with runes so old they predated the founding of Hogwarts. Ilara Blackwood stood at the prow of the enchanted vessel that carried her toward the fortress, her aura's robes whipping around her slender frame. The wind carried whispers, indecipherable murmurings that tickled the edges of sanity. Ilara had visited Azkaban 17 times during her decade with the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, but never had the voices been so clear, so insistent. "First time?" asked Warden Grimston, mistaking her tension for the usual discomfort that afflicted visitors. "No," Ilara replied, her silver eyes never leaving the approaching silhouette. "But something is different today." The warden's face, weathered by years of proximity to Dementors, betrayed nothing. "The minister's letter mentioned only that you were investigating recent anomalies." "Anomalies?" Ilara repeated, the inadequate word hanging between them. 3 guards had vanished in the past month. 5 prisoners had been found in their cells, not dead, but emptied, their bodies intact, but their minds and magic utterly gone. Even the Dementors, creatures of pure hunger and malevolence, had begun to cluster at the lowest levels, refusing to patrol certain corridors. What the minister's letter hadn't mentioned was why Ilara specifically had been chosen for this assignment. The secret that bound her bloodline to this wretched place was known only to the highest echelons of magical governance. 7 centuries ago, her ancestor Corvinus Blackwood had been among the 3 architects who had transformed a simple island into the most terrible prison in the wizarding world. The boat docked with a groan of ancient wood against stone. As they disembarked, Ilara's empathic senses, a rare magical talent inherited through her mother's line, recoiled from the miasma of despair that clung to every surface. Beneath that familiar aura, however, lurked something new, a resonance of anticipation, of hunger awakening after an age of dormancy. "I need to see the affected areas," she said, forcing professional detachment into her voice. "And I'll require access to the Founder's archives." Grimstone's bushy eyebrows rose. "Those records are sealed by ministerial decree." "Not to me." Ilara withdrew a scroll bearing the minister's seal and a signature in silver ink that gleamed with authenticating magic. "Not today." The interior of Azkaban existed in perpetual twilight, the few enchanted torches along the corridors doing little to dispel shadows that seemed too dense, too animate for mere absence of light. Their first stop was the cell where the most recent prisoner had been found, a petty thief who had been serving a 2-year sentence for stealing enchanted artifacts. The cell appeared unremarkable. A narrow cot, a single barred window, walls etched with the desperate tallies of days long past. But as Ilara placed her palm against the cold stone, images flashed through her mind, fragments of memory imprinted upon the very rock. Something had entered this cell 3 nights ago, something that had slipped between the ancient wards like water through loosely woven cloth. "The protective enchantments are failing," she murmured, more to herself than to Grimstone. "Impossible," the warden scoffed. "Azkaban's defenses have stood for centuries. Nothing is eternal," Ilara replied, withdrawing an artifact from within her robes, a crystalline orb that had been in her family's possession for generations. As she held it aloft, the orb emitted a soft blue luminescence that revealed intricate patterns etched into the cell walls, magical sigils invisible to the naked eye. "Binding runes," she explained, tracing one with her fingertip, "and part of a network that extends throughout the prison. They're designed to contain more than just human prisoners." Grimstone's expression hardened. "The Ministry assured us that the recent incidents were isolated events, likely the work of a rogue Dementor." "The Ministry," Ilara said carefully, "doesn't always share the full truth, even with its own servants." She pocketed the orb. "I need to see the lowest level." Now, the descent into Azkaban's depths felt like a journey into primordial darkness. Here, even the pretense of humane confinement was abandoned. The cells on this level housed those deemed too dangerous for ordinary incarceration. Dark wizards, whose very names had been struck from historical record, practitioners of magics so foul that knowledge of their existence was restricted to those with the highest security clearance. At the furthest end of the corridor, separated from the other cells by 30 feet of empty space, stood a door unlike the others. No bars, no window, only solid ebony wood bound with bands of silver and gold, etched with runes that glowed faintly with inner light. A lone figure stood guard, his posture rigid with tension. "No one approaches this prisoner without direct authorization," the guard said, his wand raised. Ilara produced the minister's scroll once more. "I am authorized to speak with all inmates relevant to my investigation." The guard's eyes widened slightly as he read, "Even him." "Especially him," Ilara confirmed. The massive door opened with reluctance, its ancient hinges protesting movement after years of stasis. Within, no ordinary cell awaited but a chamber whose walls were lined with books and scrolls. At its center sat a man in flowing robes of midnight blue, his aristocratic features framed by hair as black as a raven's wing, despite his apparent age. "Theon Lestrange," Ilara said, her voice betraying none of the trepidation that crawled along her spine. The man looked up from the ancient tome in his lap, eyes the color of thunderclouds fixing upon her face with unnerving intensity. "A Blackwood," he replied, his voice cultured despite decades of imprisonment. "I wondered when they would send one of you." "You know why I'm here," Ilara said, not a question but a statement. "I know that you feel it too, the weakening of the veil." Theon closed his book with deliberate care. "The signs have been evident to those with eyes to see, the Dementors growing restless, the shadows lengthening. The voices from below growing stronger." "Below?" Grimston interrupted. "There is nothing below this level." Theon's smile held no warmth. "The Warden believes he knows all the secrets of Azkaban. How charmingly naive." Ilara dismissed Grimstone with a gesture. "Leave us." "Or a Blackwood. Protocol demands." "Leave us," she repeated, her tone brooking no argument. "And ward the corridor and allow no one to approach." When they were alone, Ilara drew her wand, not in threat but to establish a privacy barrier that shimmered gold before fading to transparency. "How long have you known?" "Since they brought me here 30 years ago," Theon replied. "The Blackwoods weren't the only family to pass down certain truths. The Lestranges were there too, at the founding. We helped create the seals, and yet your family embraced the darkness that mine swore to contain," Ilara observed. "A matter of perspective. My ancestors believed in studying what others feared to understand." Theon rose from his seat, moving with the fluid grace of a much younger man. "But philosophical debates are a luxury we cannot afford. The entity stirs, Blackwood, the abyssal one awakens." Cold dread settled in Ilara's stomach. "That's impossible. The binding ritual was designed to last a millennium, no more," Theon interrupted. "A fact conveniently omitted from your family's chronicles, I suspect. Time has run out, the seals are failing, and when they collapse completely, when, not if. The process began decades ago. Small fissures in the magical barriers, widening with each passing year. What you call anomalies are merely the harbingers, lesser entities that serve the abyssal one, slipping through the weakening seals to prepare for their master's return." Ilara's mind raced through possibilities, each more dire than the last. The Ministry knows nothing of this. They believe Azkaban is merely a prison. "By design," Theon confirmed. "The truth was entrusted to 3 families alone: Blackwood, Lestrange, and Graves. The knowledge was deemed too dangerous for institutional memory, too vulnerable to political winds and changing ideologies. And yet, you were imprisoned here." A shadow passed across Theon's face. "My research into strengthening the seals was misinterpreted. The Ministry saw only dark magic, not its purpose. By the time I realized the extent of the deterioration, it was too late to explain without revealing secrets my oath forbade me to share." Ilara studied him, her empathic senses probing for deception and finding none, only a deep, abiding fear beneath layers of rigid self-control. "If what you say is true, then we need to reinforce the binding immediately." "It cannot be done from here," Theon said, gesturing to the walls around them. "The original ritual was performed at the Nexus Point, in the chamber beneath this level. the true heart of Azkaban. A chamber that officially doesn't exist, Elara noted dryly. One that can only be accessed by blood right, a descendant of each founding family, working in concert. Theon's gaze intensified, which presents us with an immediate problem, as the Graves line ended 2 centuries ago, or so it was believed. Understanding dawned. The missing guards, the empty prisoners. You think the Abyssal One's servants are searching for someone with Graves' blood? Not searching, preparing. They found their vessel already, a distant descendant, unaware of their heritage. Now they gather strength, stealing life and magic to fuel the ritual that will shatter the final seals. Outside the privacy barrier, shadows seem to coalesce, thickening like ink dropped in clear water. The temperature plummeted, frost crystallizing along the edges of ancient stones. "We're out of time," Theon whispered, urgency stripping away his aristocratic composure. "The lesser guardians can sense our purpose. They come to prevent us from reaching the Nexus." Elara dissolved the privacy charm with a swift gesture, her wand moving in complex patterns as she summoned her Patronus, a majestic silver owl that illuminated the chamber with radiant light. "Can you still perform the binding ritual after all these years?" "I've spent 3 decades preparing for this moment," Theon replied, drawing a wand from within his robes. "A fact that should have been impossible in Azkaban. But we cannot succeed alone." "Then who?" The question died on her lips as the door to the chamber burst open. Grimstone stumbled in, his face ashen. "The Dementors have gone mad." "They're attacking the guards, converging on this level. We need to evacuate immediately." Behind him, the corridor filled with writhing darkness deeper than any Dementor's shadow. Within that unnatural void, shapes moved with sinuous, alien grace, forms that defied comprehension, existing at the boundaries of what human minds could perceive without fracturing. "Too late," Theon said quietly, moving to stand beside Elara. "The Harbingers come in force." Elara's Patronus flared brighter in response to the encroaching darkness. "We need to reach the Nexus chamber. You said it requires blood right, descendants of the founding families. We have Blackwood and Lestrange, but without Graves." "There is another way," Theon replied, his voice dropping to ensure only she could hear. "A variant of the ritual, designed as a last resort. It requires just 2 bloodlines, but the price," he hesitated, "the price is one's magic and the other's life." The darkness surged forward, tendrils of void extinguishing the enchanted torches one by one. Grimstone fired spell after spell into the mass, each flash of light swallowed without effect. "Tell me about this variant," Elara demanded, her eyes never leaving the approaching threat. "It creates not a seal but a guardian, a fusion of bloodlines and sacrifice that would contain the Abyssal One for another age." Theon's expression was grim. "One must surrender their magic voluntarily, becoming a conduit for the binding. The other dies," Elara finished, "becoming the anchor for the spell." Beyond the chamber's threshold, Grimstone screamed, a sound that cut off with horrifying abruptness as the darkness enveloped him. When it receded, nothing remained of the warden but empty robes drifting to the floor. Elara met Theon's gaze, understanding passing between them. "I'll be the conduit," she said. "You know the ritual. Your knowledge cannot be lost." "Blackwood," Theon began, an unfamiliar emotion softening his severe features. "Elara, you don't understand what becoming the Guardian entails. It's not merely the loss of magic, it's an eternity of vigilance, bound to Azkaban until another takes your place. And the alternative?" The darkness paused at the chamber's entrance, as if gathering strength for a final assault. Within its depths, Something enormous shifted, a presence vast beyond comprehension, pressing against the thinning veil between worlds. The end of everything we know, Theon admitted. Ilara straightened her spine, decision crystallizing with the clarity that had defined her career as an aura. Then we have no choice. Take us to the Nexus Chamber, Lestrange. It's time to fulfill the oath our families swore centuries ago. As the darkness surged forward, Theon grasped her hand. Together, they pressed their palms against a section of wall marked with a nearly invisible sigil, the combined crests of the three founding families. The stone dissolved beneath their touch, revealing a narrow staircase spiraling down into abyssal depths where ancient magic waited to be renewed through sacrifice and blood. Behind them, the Harbingers howled in thwarted rage as the secret passage sealed itself once more. Ahead lay the true heart of Azkaban, and the terrible choice that would transform Ilara Blackwood from witch to guardian, bound for eternity to the shadow throne that kept unimaginable darkness at bay. Story 6. The ancient stones of Hogwarts whispered secrets that autumn evening, as tendrils of golden magic spiraled through cracks in the castle walls where none had been visible before. The reconstruction of the Room of Requirement, that mystical chamber that had stood as both sanctuary and battlefield during the legendary Battle of Hogwarts 20 years prior, had disturbed something long dormant within the castle's magical foundations. Orion Blackwood pressed his palm against the vibrating stone, feeling the castle's pulse quicken beneath his fingers. Unlike his classmates who wielded their magic with practiced confidence, Orion had always felt as though his own abilities were but a whisper compared to their shouts. A seventh-year Hufflepuff with unremarkable grades and a tendency to fade into the background, he had spent years living in the shadow of his illustrious surname, a name belonging to one of Wizarding Britain's oldest families, yet one he seemed destined to disappoint. "You shouldn't be here, Blackwood," came a stern voice that made Orion start. Professor McGonagall stood at the corridor's end, her emerald robes catching the light of the enchanted torches. "The eastern wing is restricted during reconstruction." "I'm sorry, Professor," he began, when the wall beneath his palm suddenly glowed with an amber light. The stone seemed to melt away, revealing a narrow archway that had not existed moments before. McGonagall's eyebrows shot upward. "Step back, Mr. Blackwood," she commanded, but her voice faltered as the archway pulsed with four distinct colors: emerald, sapphire, ruby, and amber light twisting together like lovers in an eternal dance. Drawn by forces beyond his understanding, Orion stepped forward instead of back. The castle seemed to exhale around him as the archway widened, beckoning him forward. Before McGonagall could stop him, he passed through the shimmering threshold. He found himself in a circular chamber, its ceiling vaulting upward to reveal the star-strewn sky above. At the chamber's center stood a pedestal of white marble, and upon it rested a chalice that seemed to be forged from living light, silver and gold intertwined with strands of the four colors he had seen in the archway. "To the chalice of Helga Hufflepuff," whispered McGonagall, who had followed him through the archway, her voice filled with wonder and apprehension. "Thought to be mere legend." Orion approached the chalice, transfixed. Intricate engravings adorned its surface. Badger, eagle, serpent, and lion intertwined in an eternal chase around its circumference. As he reached toward it, the chalice trembled, and suddenly the chamber was no longer empty. Four shimmering apparitions materialized around the pedestal, not ghosts, for they possessed colors no Hogwarts ghost ever had. A woman with hair like living flame, a man with skin that rippled like water, another woman whose footsteps left blooming flowers in their wake, and a fourth figure whose edges blurred like wind-swept smoke. "The vessel has arrived," spoke the fiery woman, her voice crackling like a hearth in winter. "Well, after 1,000 years of waiting," agreed the watery man, his voice flowing like a gentle brook. Orion stepped back, colliding with Professor McGonagall, who stood transfixed. "What are they?" he whispered. "The 4 elementalists," McGonagall breathed, Helga Hufflepuff's most trusted circle. "They are said to have helped the founders establish the magical foundations of Hogwarts itself." The earthen woman stepped forward, flowers sprouting beneath her feet. "I am Thalia Earthheart, once servant to noble Hufflepuff. The balance is broken, vessel. The elements rage unchecked beyond these walls." As if summoned by her words, the chalice began to glow more intensely, projecting images above it like a magical observatory. Orion watched in horror as the images revealed devastating floods in London, wildfires raging across the Scottish Highlands, tornadoes tearing through peaceful villages, and the very earth splitting open to swallow homes whole. "The Muggles call it climate change," said the airy figure, his voice whistling like wind through a canyon. "But we know better. The elemental magic that sustains the boundary between the magical and Muggle worlds is unraveling. For centuries, the Chalice has maintained this balance," Thalia continued. "But the great battle fought within these walls damaged the Room of Hidden Things, where the Chalice was secreted away by Helga herself. Now it calls for new guardians," the fiery woman declared. "And it has chosen you, Orion Blackwood, as its vessel." Orion shook his head in disbelief. "There must be some mistake. I'm barely average at magic. I'm not—" "Helga valued neither power nor brilliance above all else," interrupted the watery man. "She valued heart, loyalty, and perseverance. The Chalice has chosen you because you embody these qualities." Professor McGonagall stepped forward. "What must be done?" "The vessel must gather the 4, said Thalia, "one from each house, each with an affinity for an element. Together, they must carry the Chalice to the 4 sacred sites of Hogwarts and restore the elemental balance." "But haste is essential," warned the fiery woman, "for the Guardian awakens as well. He who believes modern wizards unworthy of elemental magic." Before Orion could ask who this Guardian was, the 4 apparitions vanished, leaving him alone with McGonagall and the glowing Chalice. 3 days later, Orion stood before the Black Lake, the Chalice of Elements cradled carefully in his hands. Around him stood 3 students he had never imagined would become his allies. Marcus Rosewood, a Gryffindor 6th year whose wandwork in charms had always produced inexplicable spurts of flame, stood gazing into the distance, his red and gold scarf fluttering in the breeze. Lysandra Ravenhurst, a brilliant but aloof Ravenclaw, whose experimental spells always seemed to manipulate air currents in ways that defied explanation, was meticulously checking the astronomical charts she had brought. And then there was Celine Lestrange. The Slytherin girl stood slightly apart from the others, her pale fingers tracing patterns in the air as she prepared her part of the ritual. Orion had been shocked when the Chalice had revealed her name, not just because she was known as the most talented potions student Hogwarts had seen in decades, but because of the weight of the name she carried. She had initially refused to join them, only relenting when Orion had sought her out in the dungeons and promised that her lineage meant nothing to him. "My grandmother was a monster," she had told him, her dark eyes flashing with defiance. "Would I have spent my entire life proving I am not her?" Now, as Orion gazed at the chalice in his hands, he was struck by the improbability of their gathering, a descendant of dark wizards, a scholarly air-wielder, a fiery champion of bravery, and himself, an unremarkable Hufflepuff who somehow had earth magic flowing through his veins. "It's time," Lysandra announced, looking up from her charts. "The stars are aligned for the first ritual." Orion nodded and stepped toward the lake's edge. According to the elementalists, they would need to perform the ritual at 4 sacred sites corresponding to the 4 elements: the Black Lake for water, the Astronomy Tower for air, the Forbidden Forest's heart for earth, and finally, the remains of the Room of Requirement for fire. Marcus took his position to the west, Lysandra to the east, and Selena to the north, with Orion standing at the southern point of their diamond formation. As instructed, he placed the chalice on a flat stone at the water's edge. "Let the ritual begin," he said, raising his wand alongside the others. The incantation they spoke was ancient, words that predated modern spellcraft, syllables that seemed to resonate with the very elements they sought to command. As the final words left their lips, the Black Lake began to stir. Water rose in a perfect column before them, twisting and turning until it formed the shape of a majestic badger, Hufflepuff's emblem, before flowing into the chalice in a stream of sapphire light. Orion felt a surge of triumph until the ground beneath them trembled violently. "What's happening?" Marcus shouted over the rumbling. From the lake's center emerged a figure, tall and imposing, with robes that seemed woven from the very water itself, and a beard that cascaded like a waterfall down his chest. In his hand, he wielded a staff topped with a sapphire that matched the color now swirling within the chalice. Audacious children," the figure's voice boomed across the water. "You dare to channel elemental magic you cannot possibly comprehend." "The Guardian," Lysandra whispered in horror. Orion stepped forward, keeping his body between the Guardian and the chalice. "We were chosen by the elementalists," he declared, his voice steadier than he felt. "The balance must be restored." The Guardian's laughter was like crashing waves. "Nay, the elementalists are but echoes of what once was. I am Aldrich the Preserver, sworn to protect elemental magic from falling into unworthy hands." He leveled his staff at them. "And you, children of a diluted age, are unworthy." Water surged around them, forming chains that bound their arms to their sides. Orion struggled against the magical bonds as Aldrich approached the chalice, reaching for it with a triumphant smile. But as his fingers neared the goblet, Selene broke free of her watery chains with a burst of wandless magic that left the others gaping. "Perhaps individually we are unworthy," she said, her voice ringing with authority that echoed her infamous grandmother's, yet tempered with something her ancestor had never possessed: compassion. "But together, we represent what Hufflepuff valued above all. Not just loyalty, but unity." Orion felt something stir within him. The earth magic that the elementalists had claimed flowed through his veins. With newfound confidence, he broke his own bonds and stood beside Selene. "Helga Hufflepuff didn't create the chalice to hoard elemental power," he declared. "She created it to ensure that magic would always serve all wizards equally, just as she opened her house to all who were loyal and hard-working, regardless of their power or heritage." As if responding to his words, the chalice began to glow more intensely. Marcus and Lysandra broke free of their bonds as well, coming to stand beside Orion and Selene. Aldrich faltered, his certainty visibly shaken. Impossible. No modern wizards could channel such power. "Not alone," Orion agreed, taking Selene's hand. She hesitated only for a moment before gripping it firmly. Marcus and Lysandra joined hands as well, completing their circle around the chalice. "But together, we are more than the sum of our parts." The 4 students began to glow with their respective elemental affinities. Orion with amber earth magic, Selene with emerald water magic, Marcus with ruby fire magic, and Lysandra with sapphire air magic. "This is the true magic of Hufflepuff," Orion realized aloud. "Not individual talent, but the power of unity and loyalty." Together, we are worthy. The chalice rose between them, spinning slowly as it drew power from their combined magic. Aldrich watched in astonishment as the waters of the Black Lake calmed, the first elemental balance restored. "There are still 3 sites to go," Celine reminded them, a rare smile gracing her usually guarded features. "And I suspect our guardian here will not make it easy." Orion nodded, his heart lighter than it had been in years. For the first time in his life, he didn't feel unremarkable or overshadowed. Here, with these unlikely allies, he had found his purpose. "Then we face it together," he said firmly, lifting the now glowing chalice, as Helga would have wanted. As they began their journey toward the astronomy tower, Orion glanced back at Aldrich, who watched them with a mixture of suspicion and grudging respect. The Guardian had not been defeated, merely the first challenge overcome. The balance of elements still hung in precarious imbalance, and 3 sacred sites awaited them. But as Orion walked alongside his newfound companions, the fiery Gryffindor, the airy Ravenclaw, and the watery Slytherin, he felt, for the first time, the true magic of Hufflepuff flowing through him. Not the showiest magic, nor the most powerful, but perhaps the most important magic of all, the magic of bringing people together, the magic of unity.